All right. Let's hit some game development. Game development. Let's develop. Oh, behavior trees. Matt, yo. What it do, baby? Mate.
Things with AI allow us to make much more complicated AI very easily. Let's dive in and see how we use them and set them up. Okay, so we want to create some sophisticated AI behavior. Now, the way we typically do this in Unreal is using a system called behavior trees. Now, what are these? Well, the best way for us to find out is to create one. So let's go ahead and right-click and go.
Quick.
We're looking here under the artificial intelligence, and there's two options here, behavior tree and Blackboard. We are going to want both of these. So let's go and start with the behavior tree. The prefix for this is BT, and we're going to call this the enemy. So behavior tree enemy.
Doing
AI.
well. How about yourself?
There you go. And we also need to create the other thing in there, which was a Blackboard. Now, what on earth is a Blackboard?
Still,
We'll get to that in a second, but we're just
still grinding on game dev. What am I doing? Artificial Blackboard.
going to call it the BB underscore enemy AI. So BB for Blackboard, BT for behavior tree. And while we're at it, we've got a few things relating to AI here. I'm going to create a new folder called AI, and we are going to move the Blackboard, the behavior tree, and somewhere here we have got our shooter AI controller. All of that goes into AI. Move here.
Enemy AI. BT. I'm just following a tutorial right now. But I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily straightforward. What else was in this?
And then we can go into that.
Ruh-roh, I don't know where. Oh, shit. Let's see if this works. This guy's supposed to follow. He doesn't. No. Does he die? No. All right, so shit I did yesterday did not pull through. Nice, man. What does your stream regiment look like right now? Your stream game. Oh, this might not build because I've got too much stuff open. Matey boy. You've been on it a month now. You've been with me. Horror games is working well so far. I managed to build up a few people in the community. What about you? Yeah. So I'm like very split. So I've been doing this game dev stuff. I've been playing like first person shooters. Um, Pretty steady growth. I feel like I haven't been able to maintain three an average of 3+ viewers to hit that affiliate mark. Um, but I mean, it definitely is pretty solid growth. I feel like I don't think there was any impression that this was going to be super like easy or anything. I've been probably averaging like 2 viewers a day. So I'm so close. to hit that affiliate. I really think I need to get on my YouTube video editing game. I think that's gonna separate. Gonna add some gas to the fire. And then I've also been doing some weird stuff like trying to learn Blender and other random projects, a little bit of Minecraft too. So honestly, Minecraft is where it's at. I stopped AIM Labs. Ah, this is. So you've been editing videos. Is it long form or short form? Like you cross post YouTube like shorts? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. I do feel like long form is going to be um move. So I did like 30 days of aim labs where I was just practicing my aiming, like first person shooter stuff. So I think that's a pretty easy long form video. Um, I died in my Minecraft world after 30 days too. And like that is when I'm looking at longer YouTube videos, like I'll watch like a 30-minute, best start in hardcore Minecraft or something like, whatever. So I feel like those have potential for becoming longer form videos. It's just actually sitting down and trying to make that. And I've done it a couple, like I've sat down and tried to do that a couple times. And have just gotten kind of overwhelmed with how much it's going to take. Yeah, no, it's not like groundbreaking or anything, but I've definitely watched multiple sort of aim lab training videos and like I don't know, my guilty pleasure is Minecraft. Kona, you're being a little annoying right now. Okay. All right, that looks like it worked. But sitting down and trying to edit, it's 30 hours of footage essentially because I was doing well for aim labs. It's like a little over 30 minutes a day. But Minecraft, dude, relax. It was an hour a day for 30 days. And there's just so much that goes into YouTube videos. I feel like people don't, I mean, maybe people do, but just like really tiny sound effects. I've been using DaVinci Resolve. So DaVinci has its own sound library. Which is nice, but it's still just like, I don't know. Part of me feels like I just need to do it and know that it's gonna suck, but at least I'll have done it. And just be okay with that. All right. Where is the character AI? Maybe I just need a line here. That's not right. This guy should be following me. He should be dying. What's the dealio? It's just straight up. Ain't it, Chief? This is all I said was all of yesterday. Dev forward. This is the wrong dev forward. All right, I'm going to try to rebuild this. Yeah, I mean, I feel like for me at least, it's just gonna have to start putting out really bad stuff, and eventually it'll get better. That would be my thought process, and just being okay with it sucking at first. Which, like, it's definitely gonna suck. And that's fine. But like, I'd rather suck now and be pretty, okay, maybe not even pretty okay in like a month or 2 months, than have not started in a month or 2 months and still have to go through that suck period. Barrier to entry, But that's all lip service. I have yet to do it. Yeah, I guess you could retroactively edit them as well. True. That's true. That's a good point. It's more of just like I'll sit down to do it. I'll start working on it, and then I get like, I guess I don't know if ADHD is the right word, but I just get like distracted because it is a lot. So it's like the daunting task of doing it, then actually having to like go through and learn a lot too. Like it's not just sitting down and editing; it's basically like learning how to edit. All right, this worked, but the plan is to still try to do it. Yeah, for sure. Start is always the toughest. I have technically started. It's just continuing every day because it's probably going to be like a 10-hour task, I'd say. I've put in maybe an hour, hour and a half. And that is literally just like writing a script for what I think. It's something. I recorded some overlay, like even doing that, just figuring out how to like record your voice over stuff. Where is my script? AIM Labs vid script. So I've got some stuff here. This is basically an intro, which I haven't even recorded all this yet. But it's something. All right. This AI is still not freak. This is not save or something? This is so annoying. You see it's right here. Shooter AI controller. Let's ask the Googs. I did this. Yeah, it's true. Definitely need like a hook and like the apparently what is it? The thumbnail is like the most important part because visually people will click like they're enticed by the visuals first before like even saying anything. Um so like yeah, there's for sure tips and tricks. It does feel a little bit disingenuous. Be like, oh, I'm trying to become the best gamer in the world. Although like sure, why not? All right, so this is what I'm going to do. This could mess up my entire project. Then your project directory. I swear it is. Yeah, appreciate that, mate. Eddie Jack, I will not add you on Discord. Lol, 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 lol. This is where things are getting disconnected. What? Where is the generate project file? Ugh, mate. Ultimately, mate, my goal is to like be a game developer, and this is kind of just in the process doing something too. Let me live code this, please. Yeah, that would be cool too. Like, so I'm following It's on Udemy. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Udemy. It's like a Coursera. Ultimately, like that's what I want to do. Hey, what's up? I'm not familiar with Danny. I think the game development videos are pretty cool, but I'm also super interested in it. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this fixes the problem. There we go. Oh, wait. Did compile that. Succeeded. Okay. So where is it? Yeah, cats are fed. Literally everything I did yesterday is not saved. What should die? All right, so I guess just redo it. Animation. AVP shooter character is dead. Death forward. This is the wrong one. We want death. Compose. Wow, that. All right, he's not dying. I might just need to rewind. watch the videos I did yesterday. Annoying. Annoying.
Hello and welcome to this lecture. We're going to introduce a new node called the blend poses by Boolean, which will allow us to check a checkbox and kill off our character. Let's dive in and see how it works. Okay, so we want to get our character to die when we reduce the health down to 0. So the first place we're going to be looking at is our animation blueprint, because that is the place that we're playing our various animations. And we want to switch over, essentially, from playing, if we go over to our anim graph, we want to switch over from playing this blend space over into playing a death animation, and basically to never go back from there. So the way we're going to do this is to use a new type of node called a blend by Boolean. So if we right click here and look for the different types of blend that we can get in here, I'm going to scroll to the top, there's a whole bunch of blend poses down here that is selected for me by default, don't know why. But if we do a blend poses by Boolean, you can see quite clearly that we've got two options here, a true pose and a false pose. So basically what we'd want to be doing is to play our BS blend space locomotion animation when we are not dead, and otherwise we want to play our dead animation as the true pose, and then here we've got some options for how quickly it's going to blend between the two animations when the Boolean value changes. Now, in our case, we're not going to have players resurrecting, so the most likely case is that we're just going to hit that Boolean once and not go back. So what do we need here? We need a death animation. So I'm going to right click and search for death and see if we can find a few ones here. We've got death backwards and death forward. So let's just have a look at the differences between those by going to our animation view, and we'll look for death in there, just to preview those animations. So death backwards, let's have a look, let's do that again. So okay, it's being shot from behind and falling forward. So it's kind of the opposite of what I'd expect. Death forward is probably the one we want, where you're being killed from in front. I think that's what it's trying to say. So let's go and open up the death forward. There you go, we kind of get shot and fall backwards. So that's the one I'm going to want. I'm just going to dock my shooter animation blueprint to the main window. And in here we're going to look for death forward. And we're going to play that through the true pose and then hook up the output pin of the blend poses by Bool to the output pose. If we hit compile now, you should see it's playing the BS locomotion. If I hit the checkbox and recompile, you can see it is playing our death animation, but note it's looping.
Oh, I know what I'm doing. Shoot. I need a function is dead. Oh yeah, here it is. Bool is dead. Perfect.
Okay. So one thing we can do here to prevent that is by selecting that node, the play death forward, we can uncheck the loop animation in our details pane over on the right and hit compile. And now it should play the death animation and then come to a rest at the end of it and stop, not go any further from there, which is exactly what we want here. It's time for your challenge to add a death Boolean. We've been controlling everything else via those variables on our animation blueprint. It's time to add a variable to the blueprint for death, and whether we are dead or not. Set the blend based on this variable, and then test it without compiling within the blueprint. Or compile first, but you won't have to recompile every time you flip the switch. And you should be able to see it switch between our death animation and our movement animation. And with that information, you should be able to see whether the timings on that blend node are correct or not. So pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So hopefully this was fairly simple to do. Let's go into the variables in the My Blueprint pane, add a new variable. It's automatically a Boolean for me for some reason, and I'm just going to have this as is dead. That's going to be the state that we're going to then grab from the character in the next lecture. In this lecture, I'm going to drag this into our anim graph, get is dead, and then I'm going to hook it up to our active value, like so. And now, if we compile, we should see is dead show up in the anim preview editor over on the right, bottom right. And if I check the is dead checkbox, then it goes ahead and switches from our locomotion to playing our death animation. Fantastic. So that's what I wanted to achieve in this lecture, and in the next lecture, we're going to hook that up to the actual gameplay.
Lurk it up.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be hooking up our health system to the animation blueprint so that I can shoot this character until he dies. Let's dive in and see how that works. So we want this Boolean in the animation blueprint to be set automatically from our gameplay. And if we go through to our event graph and have a look how this is currently working, other properties like this, such as get velocity, get active transform, we're going to the pawn and we're doing a get function on it every time we want to update our animation. So we want to kind of follow along in this model where we're going to go and get whether or not our player is dead. So to do that, we need to expose some functionality, some callable function from our C++. So let's go over to the C++ and have a look what is there. So we could create a public function, but that doesn't necessarily make it accessible. To do the accessibility, we need to have a U function, which makes it visible to Blueprint and Unreal's header tool system. But we've got to go one step further than just having it as a U function. So we start with the U function macro, but we want to make it Blueprint callable. So that is the option that we can use, Blueprint callable. However, there is another option that overrides Blueprint callable, or rather implies that it's Blueprint callable, and that is Blueprint pure. Now we'll see the difference between Blueprint pure and Blueprint callable in just a second, but just know that if you use Blueprint pure, it is doing the same as Blueprint callable and then some. So it's doing a little bit more than Blueprint callable. And then what we want is a function that returns Boolean that says whether or not this character is dead. That is going to be useful for us to know. And then finally, we want this to be a const member function. Now, why does it want to be const? Because when we call this function, we don't expect it to change any of the state of our shooter character. So we can safely say that this should be a const function. And in actual fact, const and Blueprint pure often go together, because Blueprint pure means that if we go over into any blueprint, we can have a look at some pure nodes. This one here, get active transform, that's a pure node. Get velocity is a pure node. Set speed is not a pure node. Can you see what might be linking these together? What about these makes this not pure and this one pure? Well, generally speaking, it's the fact that there's an execution pin. A pure node is one that doesn't have an execution pin. And it's usually safe to say that something doesn't have an execution pin when it doesn't have any impact on the thing that it's it's calling, only on its result. Essentially, this means that no matter how many times we call this function, it's going to always output the same result. It's always going to have the same effect on the program. It is a pure function. It doesn't change anything when it's called. So it's kind of the same as const, although it's a little bit stronger, because what it's saying is not just that it doesn't change anything here on the shooter character, but it doesn't change anything global, any state, anywhere, full stop. The only effect it has is in the outputs that it produces. So that's why we're choosing to make this blueprint pure. It removes the need for an execution pin, which makes it much nicer in Blueprint, and it also just expresses the fact that we aren't making any changes to the state of our game when we call this function. So let's go ahead and try to create an implementation for this. In fact, I'm going to leave the implementation up to you as a challenge. And we're going to go over and hook this up in our anim graph, in our event graph of the animation blueprint. So we're going to do this by having a new set here. We want to set the isDead Boolean variable at the end. And we want to get the pawn owner, and we want to cast that, because it needs to be a shooter character in order to have this isDead property. So I want to cast it to, and in this case, I want to cast it to the C++ shooter character, because I don't need to go all the way down to saying it's definitely a Blueprint version of this, because this U function.
Okay, wait.
Cast it to, and in this case, I want to cast it to the C++ shooter character, because I don't need to go all the way down to saying it's definitely a Blueprint version of this, because this U function actually exists on the C++.
Cast to shooter character. Okay.
Level. So we're going to go ahead and cast. If we succeed in cast, we're going to be setting the isDead property. Let me just put in some redirect nodes here to make our blueprint just a little bit nicer looking, like so. And then what we want to do is using this shooter character reference. Now that we've cast it to a shooter character, we know.
Oh, brother, this is already here. Look, cast a shooter character.
It should have this isDead property. So we should be able to do that once you've compiled and got it working. You can get this isDead property and set it here. It's time for your challenge to calculate if we are dead or not. So return the correct Boolean out of our isDead function. That's the first step. You might want to use some inequalities with our health variable for that. And then hook up our variable, the dead isDead variable, in the animation blueprint. We've got just short of doing that. We were just basically a compile away from getting that done. Equal to 0, in which case we are indeed dead. That's about as simple as an expression function can get. So let's go ahead and build that. And once that has compiled, we can go over into Unreal and hook it up. So dragging off the as shooter character, we're going to have a shooter character reference here. So we want to do isDead, because this isDead function, you can see it has no execution pin because it is pure. Then we take this Boolean off of that and hook it up to our isDead variable. And now if we go ahead and play, we should actually be able to kill off that character in the world. We'll shoot at him until his health goes down to 0. And there you go. The animation has successfully killed him off.
Lovely.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be setting up the basics in place for our AI, getting started on the whole AI process, which is going to be quite serious lectures. So we're starting with a revision of AI controllers and blueprints. Let's dive in and see what we're revising. So let's check back in with our project plan. At the moment, we have done player movement, animation, shooting, health, and AI as the default. We're going to go to add new, create a new C++ class in here, and then we're going to go down and look for if there is an AI controller in here. I'm not sure if there is, so I'm going to do show all classes and look for the AI controller, and we're going to use
Burp.
and hook it up as the default for the pawn. So we're going to go to add new, create a new C++ class in here, and then we're going to go down and look for if there is an AI controller in here. I'm not sure if there is, so I'm going to do show all classes and look for the AI controller, and we're going to.
So this is going to get tricky. Because in VS Code, I have this shooter AI controller. So what's going to happen if I make a new one? Look, there it is. Momo. Hey, Momo. Ah, here it is. Okay, we did it. Do I need... I just don't have the blueprint based on that? We'll see it in there.
Use that as our base class. Go ahead and rename it to something like shooter AI controller, and go and create that class. And once that's gone ahead and generated and recompiled, which may take a little while in your system, you should end up with a C++ class like this. Now, that's pretty much all I'm going to do, because the rest, you should be able to remember some of it yourself. We've done a lot of this in the previous section already. So let's see if you can do it. So here's a challenge to create a blueprint child. You're going to have to first create the child class, then set it as the AI for our blueprint character. You may or may not remember, but that has to go. You go into your blueprint for the character, the first person, well, the third person shooter character, and you can set the AI that should automatically possess these characters when they're placed in the world. And then test the actors are created. Test that the AI controller actors are created by basically unpossessing, doing an F8, and having a look in your world outliner to see if those actors are present. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So first of all, we're going to create a Blueprint child class here. So I'm going to do that by going to add new Blueprint class, and I'm going to make it a child of the shooter AI controller. And then I'm going to call it the BP underscore shooter AI controller.
Controller.
I can get the capitalization right, like so. And then we want to make that the default AI for our BP shooter character. So I'm going to open up the BP shooter character and dock it to the main window. And then I'm going to go to the class defaults, details, and in here we should have, under the pawn settings, the AI controller class, which we want to switch over to the BP underscore shooter AI controller. So I can click save, okay, do all of that. And go Alt-P to play, and then F8 to depossess, and have my mouse back and look in the world outliner. We should be looking for a shooter AI, and here we go.
Controller. Yeah, this guy follows me now. Yes. Alright, I think we're back to where we were yesterday, finally. I get it. We're into behavior trees.
So what on earth is this? So this allows us to create trees of behaviors where you
Save. Okay. Behavior tree.
might say we've got part of the behavior here is for chasing, part of it is for trolling, part of it is for something else, opening doors, all these kinds of things. They're typically structured behaviors as lots and lots of trees of behaviors and subtrees and so on. We'll see that all going on in detail, but suffice to say, it is a great way of putting together natural behaviors in your games. Now, it's not the be-all and end-all. There's lots of AI techniques. This might not be the one that you want to go with for your game, but it's a great start and you can achieve quite a lot with it. Now, the next thing, we can see over in the top right, these two assets are linked, the behavior tree and the blackboard. What on earth is a blackboard? Well, the blackboard is kind of like the memory of your AI.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's essentially where you store a bunch of variables, you input them from the gameplay, very much like we were doing with the animation system where you had these different properties that are being set by the gameplay. We do the same thing with the AI. We set lots of properties that give it information about its game world, and then the behavior tree draws on those properties and uses them to decide what it's going to do. It can set those properties, it can use them as a memory, it can read from those properties, and all that lovely stuff. So with that in mind, how can we set up our behavior tree and Blackboard so that they are linked to one another? Well, we're going to expand out in our details pane. You can see here that there is this Blackboard asset, and automatically it seems to have filled it out for us such that the Blackboard asset is linked to this BB enemy AI Blackboard asset. Now, we are going to be departing from C++ for a little bit to use these assets because obviously behavior trees
These are
and
not
Blackboard...
linked. I think the easiest way would probably just do this. Delete. What did you call it? BB. Enemy. AI.
are entirely within the editor. They're not blueprints as such. They are their own editor tools, and we can interface with them in C++, but it does mean we're going to be using the editor for the next couple of lectures as well as C++. Not so much blueprint, though. So it's great that we've got ourselves this behavior tree and this Blackboard, but how on earth do we actually use it? Well, for that, we go back to our AI controller. If you remember, our AI controller is entirely responsible for running our behaviors, and that is no exception here. The behavior tree is just another thing that the AI controller can use or run. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to go over to our AI control.h, and we need to have a way of referencing in the blueprint what behavior tree we want it to run. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go over to the AI controller CPP and comment out the stuff in tick, because we're going to be replacing this functionality with behavior tree functionality instead. And then that means that I can remove this acceptance radius here because we no longer need it. And instead we're going to be using a pointer to the U behavior, and I have to spell this the American way, tree and pointer. That's the behavior tree we want there. And I need to forward declare this with a class in front of it. And then basically here, what I want to say is that this is the AI behavior, and I'm going to keep the American spelling here just for consistency. So this is the AI behavior that we want. Now to actually run the behavior, it couldn't be simpler. Again, the AI control.h has a built-in function for this. We've got this run behavior tree function, turns a Boolean whether you are able to successfully execute it or not, start executing it that is, and it takes in the BT asset, which is a pointer to the U behavior tree. So that's what we're going to want to use, and we can do this over in begin play. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to check that we indeed have a behavior tree here. So we're going to say AI behavior is not equal to a null pointer, because we do not want to be using it otherwise. And then what we can do is we can run the behavior tree called AI behavior. It really is that simple to get an AI behavior running. And we can go ahead and compile. And one more thing we can do with behavior trees is that simple to do. That's what we're going to want to use, and we can again the AI control.
You call this AI behavior tree.
Control.h and run the behavior tree called AI.
I need a header here.
Behavior. It really is. Is that simple to get an AI behavior running. And we can go ahead and compile. And one more thing we can do with behavior trees is we can kind of see them running at runtime. But to do that, you need to have some sort of node in here. So we're just going to add in a node without fully understanding what it does. I'm going to add in a sequence node, and I'm going to hook it up by dragging down from the root node, the bit underneath the root node that highlights when I mouse over it, down to the bit above the sequence node. And I'm going to save that. I'm going to go over and
We need all the CPU power we can get. Pause that video. Okay. That worked.
dragging down from the root node, the bit underneath the root node that highlights when I mouse over it, down to the bit above the sequence node. And I'm going to save that. I'm going to go over and hit play and go into my behavior tree asset. And you should be able to see a drop down here, but we're not because it's not currently running. So let's stop playing. And why is it not running? Because we haven't hooked it up in our Shooter AI controller. So let's do that. Mini challenge for you to hook that up.
Shooter AI controller. Yeah, I don't know this.
It shouldn't be too hard. Okay, welcome back. So if we go and have a look in here, we're looking for our AI behavior. For some reason, it required a
details.
recompile for me to show up for me, but here it is. AI behavior. It's what we want. We click the drop down. There's only one option at the moment because we've only got one behavior tree. So let's select that one and compile and save. And if we now go ahead and play the game and go and have a look at our BT enemy AI, you can see that it's highlighting the node that's currently running. And you've got this little drop down next to the pause stop buttons, which tells you which AI controller you're currently observing the behavior tree of. So this is a great functionality for you to be able to jump in and go, okay, why is that AI just standing still? Why is he not chasing the player?
Yeah.
You can see which part of the behavior he's currently running and go, that thing's gone wrong. It's really helpful for debugging. You can go and have a look at what all your AI in the world are up to by using this.
All the AI.
Great stuff. That's all for this lecture. In the next lecture, we're going to be looking at how we can set information in the
Visual
Blackboard memory of
Array.
our AI from C++.
Cheap viewers
See you
on
there.
streamboo.com. Mate, that's the worst thing about starting off with streaming is these bots coming in.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we are going to be setting a Blackboard key from our C++ so that we can set the player's location at begin play. Let's dive in and see how that works. Okay, so as I said in the last lecture, we want to be able to set some state from our gameplay in the Blackboard for the AI to act upon. So the Blackboard looks like this, and it currently has this self-actor key, but it doesn't have any other keys here. We can add keys, like clicking on this new key button, you can change the type. There isn't actually a type for actors or anything like that. That just goes under the nebulous type of object. For everything else, there's fools, classes, enums, etc. But you can choose what kind of type that you want that object to be by going to Blackboard details, dropping down and choosing what base class you'd like. So for example, it's saying here that the self-actor is of actor type. This has just been put in here by default. But what we want to do here is set a new key. And to do that, we need to find out how we can gain access to this in the C++. So we already have an easy function that allows us to get hold of the Blackboard by doing a get Blackboard component on the AI controller. So simple as we can just do get Blackboard component. And let's have a look at that Blackboard component.h. And have a look at what is available in here.
What? What the heck? Where are you looking at this? Yo, I exited out of that. Controller.
Allow you to set these different values. So you can do it by a key name, which is an F name here. Then you can set the value as an object, or you can set the class, all of the different types that are available here. So let's give that a go. I'm going to go over to the C++ and try and set our player pawn's location as one of the variables. So we're going to do, first of all, we need to get hold of the Blackboard component.
Where's that? You're heading out? Good. Get player pawn.
So let's give that a shot. Get Blackboard component.
Brother.
Then we need to have the right includes. So if I hover over the Blackboard component.h, you can see that we need to be including behavior tree / Blackboard component. So let's do that. Hash include, then it's going to be the behavior tree / Blackboard component.h. Now we can use the arrow operator. On that type, and we should be running, we want to in this case be setting a vector. We want to set the location, so setting a vector, and not copy the whole line, but just set the vector. And then we want to, what's the first parameter is the name that we're trying to set, so we can use our text macro for that. I'm going to call it the player location. That's going to give us the location at the start because we're calling it in begin play. And then we need to actually set the location so we can get that from the line of code getting our player pawn first and foremost. So uncomment that. And then we want to do the player pawn arrow and get actor location like so, and finish off the line with a semicolon. And it's as simple as that to go ahead and set a blackboard value. So your challenge is going to be to do the other half of this, which is to create a key in the blackboard. So add the key to the blackboard, make sure it's of the right type, the right name, and then if everything works correctly, you should be able to check that value at runtime. Remember last lecture we saw how we can see the behavior tree. You can do the same thing. You can inspect the blackboard at runtime when you're playing, and you should be able to see what value was set by the C++ code. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So I'm going to go over into the editor, hit compile, because I haven't done that already, and
Oh, failed. We failed. Forgot a D. That should be blackboard. Board. Oh, failed again.
when you're playing, and you should be able to behavior that blackboard, make sure it's to go ahead and set.
This is a function. Board.
And then if everything works correctly, you should be able to check that value at runtime. Remember last lecture we saw how we can see the behavior tree. You can do the same thing. You can inspect the blackboard at runtime when you're playing, and you should be able to see what value was set by the C++ code. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So I'm going to go over into the editor, hit compile, because I haven't done that already, and we're going to add a new blackboard key, and in this case we have to get the names right and the types right, otherwise things will go wrong. So we've got a vector key, which we're going to be calling our player location, and I'm going to copy that to make sure that we have got the right spelling here. Yes, we have. Cool beans.
Cool
and
beans.
then what we're going to do is we're going to head over and just check that the blackboard details are okay. So yeah, there's a name. You could add a description if you wanted. The type is a vector. That's cool. Instance synced. This is a variable that we're not particularly interested in at the moment. Cool. We've got our code has compiled. So let's go and hit play and see whether we can inspect that blackboard value. Go over to the blackboard, and you can see we can still have that drop down of choosing.
Do I need to...
which AI we want this to relate to. We've only got one in our world, but you can see that self-actor hasn't been set, but the player's location has indeed been set. Let's check if that is roughly correct. If I F8 to depossess, have a look at my player, and have a look at the player's location, you can see that yes, it's pretty much correct. 2000. minus 5,100, 2,000 minus 5,100. So that's setting the value through from C++, simple as that. And we can start to see how we can interface with our behavior trees. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the actual structure of behavior trees and making them do something, the exciting part. See you there.
See that? All right, I'm going to switch to Overwatch. See if we can save all this. See what happens tomorrow. Save all that. Save. Save. Don't save. Controller. Oh no. I got logged out. I got logged out. Come on, brother. What is my password? Give me back my Ritalin, you coward. Oh, guessed it right. No, I don't want to eat that. All right, I think I am 2 games out of unlocking ranked. Which we unlocked rank. We're ripping at least 1 game of ranked. Give me back my Ritalin, you coward! Overwatch. I was playing Overwatch last night on PlayStation. Was shredding some kids. They were saying some very mean words to me. But that's how you know you're playing well. It's when the other team is like diving you. Just going out of their way to try to target you. We lost 2 viewers because we switched to Overwatch. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's not that crazy. But that's crazy. Well, let's do it. All right, team. All right, team. Gotta keep the comms up. Gotta keep the comms up. We're common. Defense. Defense. Little my bean juice. Bean water.
How far is it to Malibu?
Interesting, that is different physics than the Life Weaver pedal. There he is. Let's go. DJ. I know who's getting nanos. Oh, that's hot. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. I'm out of position. I missed! Kona. Oh, that hurts. You gotta get off of me. Nano? Just kidding, we don't need it. What just happened? Hopa. Yeah, baby. Oh, what the fuck? I was low?
You'll have to try harder than that.
That's huge. That's huge. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no, Ryan. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep.
I keep you up. Establishing aerial position. Exactly, not me. Enemy in sight. I won't let you fall.
So easy. Minute and a half, we got this. Oh, I'm lagging.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Rocket barrage incoming.
أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا.
I'm here. Keep fighting. Repulsion.
Reloading. Gore God. Whatever that means. Alright, I don't mind playing more of this game. Go. New Jersey! Oh, you bitch. Great grip.
Rocket barrage incoming.
2 minutes. That's one hot pocket. Get back here, Ryan.
No recovering. Intube amen. I've got you.
Nano?
You're powered up. Get in there. Healing you.
This ends now.
I'll keep you up.
Oh, not good.
60 seconds. I won't give in.
Repositioning.
Sweet dreams.
I slept him.
The payload has reached the check.
2 minutes.
Enough whining. You're fine.
I don't think so.
That much thing.
Taking damage.
I have you. Keep fighting.
Not lose focus here, team. This isn't over. There it is. There it is. More of that. Oh no.
Do something.
I missed the sleep. That's a massive hammer. That's all their ults though.
This is not the end.
They be pushing. Alright, this next Nano's probably going around.
I'll keep you up. You're powered up. Get in there. Keep fighting. 60 seconds.
Let's go then, baby. Yeah, baby. Loving this.
Accept one. Victory is nearly ours.
Well done. Well done, everyone. One more game. One more game. One more. That's not right. Says I have 149 Quick Player Stadium. 250 games in any mode. 48 of 250. That's really annoying. What's up with that? Strike Commanders watch. Boo. Boo.
I like both kinds of music, country and western.
Interesting. Whatever. No.
You haven't seen what I've seen.
One more chance for revolution.
Choose your mouth. Welcome to Rialto.
Let's go, team.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Remember the Vykovsky kingpins? 300 meters downrange. You fired once, they both fell. Beautiful.
That's not the word I would choose.
I do not wish to be feared, but to be left alone.
Five, four, three.
Let's go, team. Would love to win this game.
Escort the taking care of you. Eyes on target.
Huge.
I've got you.
Huge. Huge.
Taking damage.
Come get healed.
He's up. You're covered. Enemy in sight. I appreciate the support.
Oh no. Possible. My kill.
Save you, Angela.
My kill. Yeah, bye.
Hello.
My ultimate is charging.
Helping you out. Taking care of you. Targeting hotspot.
Tactical visor active.
Eyes on target.
Big dead.
I still have some fight in me.
I'll find them.
I keep you up.
Can't see up there, soldier. Yikes, what was that? That's okay.
That's much better.
You alone, Zarya?
Taking care of you.
Yep. Yep.
Over there. Targeting hotspot. Helping you out. I appreciate the support.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Enemy in sight.
Got you in my sights. I've got you in my sights.
You'll have to try harder than that. Healing fortified. That's the Who's going to live? Огонь по готовности!
I'm lagging a little bit. I think we need to switch some things up here, team.
لسه قدامي كتير.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
Fire at will.
Get together.
My ultimate is almost ready. Come here, will you?
Come over here, Brick. Come over here, Brick. Come over here, Brick.
Time for spring.
Nano Mercy's crazy.
ฉลาดกันนักนะ เอ๊ะ หรือเราโง่เอง Hug for large friend. Enemy here. Time to sprint.
Yo, it's huge.
Some healing.
I don't know what I just did.
Windborn.
Огонь по готовности!
I'm on the payload.
I walked into that one.
Yo, team.
Bounding forth. The tree of life is ready.
Seconds.
Time for spring.
I've got you in my sights.
God damn it, team.
I've got you in my sights.
Please.
Blossoms anew.
Oh, that's huge.
30 seconds remaining.
Can't see him, McCree.
Give me a
Step right.
Life protects life.
Let's go, team. Yes. Ranked. Oh, it feels so good. I gotta go hit the John. Skull then, baby. Ranked. Rank it up. Rank it up, rank it down.
Double kill.
Gate check. Affirmative.
Double kill.
You're going home in a box.
Double kill. Double kill. Minor perk unlocked.
Should have kept your head down. The rocket got you. You got a lot to learn.
Double kill. Select a map.
Okay, team. First ranked game. What you saying now? What you saying now, team? Love seeing that. Nobody's fucking around.
It's your first game?
First ranked, baby?
Like ever, or just today?
No, I mean, I played console. I just got
Select your hero.
got this unlocked on PC.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
We are doomed. I actually played console for the first time, like last weekend. Very different.
How'd it go? How'd it go for you?
Oh, I did very well. But the it's very different on PC.
A whole lot slower.
Yeah, that's it.
On PC or console?
I think it's slower on console.
Yeah, it's 100% slower on console.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the open queue or whatever the unranked games I've been playing is a true testament of what PC is really like.
It's not bad in comparison. I mean, people
What
play
rank is
pretty
this?
well
What rank are you guys?
on open.
Just like diamond?
No, this is not diamond. This is plat.
Oh,
3?
shit.
Plat 2? Ish.
Plat
It's
2
actually
to Plat
4.
4.
Yep.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
I just played against this tank, by the way. He was Hazard most of the round.
Well, I hate that.
Lovely.
I hate Hazard.
Same. And I know that he asks his team to ban Orisa so he can't get speared when he shields. So an Ana sleep when he shields would be fantastic.
I'm just gonna go put my healing totem on him.
Captain.
300 meters downrange. You fired once, they both fell. Beautiful.
I'm just gonna go hog.
That's not the
Love that for you.
I was a hog main when I was a tank, so
Oh, he's Ram.
Ramastra.
and this will go smooth.
Hanzo's half.
Over there. I keep you up.
Left, left, left.
Widow's 1.
Behind a shield. Fuck.
I'm still holding him back. Hanzo's 1 again. I'm on ramp.
Heals, heals, heals,
I'm
heals.
gonna push top. We're up one right now, guys. We gotta go here.
Up, run.
This one on ramp.
Hanzo's one again.
Oh, fuck, Han's up top.
This one ramp again. Oh no, to the smoke.
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Heals, heals, heals.
Not there,
I
not
mean,
there.
I can't heal that man.
Carry got me.
He was on you.
I see you.
Oh, it's all good. I don't know why I wasted my ult. My bad.
It's all good, baby.
All right, I'm gonna go dive.
Yep. I mean, just ignore the ram and take it to him.
Stay away from his punches, and we survive this.
I can nano you if you go in.
3, 2,
Coming
1.
up top,
Yeah.
coming up top. Oh, I fucking hit Lucio. I don't have confirm on.
I got punched to death. Sorry.
Ram.
Ram's half. Ram's half.
Oh, they're healing.
Dive on backline. Dive on backline. Lucio's with you.
Anti.
3, 2, 1, going in. Life.
I just hit him with a helix.
Carry. Yep. Tank,
I'm on ram.
tank,
I'm on
tank.
ram. Right here.
Yeah, he's calling.
Hanzo's half. Hanzo's half on the corner.
We got this.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep
Somebody
getting
up here.
The name's Cassidy.
They went Tracer.
Get this Hanzo.
The backline's hurt.
Hanzo, behind.
Not with you.
Hanzo, behind. He's one.
I'm following with you. Following with you.
I'm coming up with you guys, Lucio.
I got point. Just go. We're up.
We go tank. Stay on cart.
Tracer
I
left.
can't heal anything. You guys are LS.
He's one. Oh, he just.
I see you. Hello.
Think I need a little hair of a dog.
Oh, let's break it. Damn!
Nice.
We go. Back up.
أنا ما حدش يقدر عليا.
Tracers. We need to anti there.
That's tough.
I got smacked.
That's fine. If the only fight they win is that tank's ults.
Yep, 100%. We need to save Lucio for that next time.
Tear.
Other Lucio. Oh, it's not good. With all due respect, of course.
Lucio, you okay, buddy?
No, he's not. Moore's one. Was.
Almost nano. Anti up there. Anti.
Nice.
If you want to give me Nana,
Only one.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Hanzo's one.
Big anti in there. Big anti. Keep pushing cart.
Buddy. Fuck out of here. Just fucking owned him. And he was in his totem. Just back that out, man.
Yeah, that's my fault.
Someone's looking. Run. You got a minute?
Gotta play for a pick here.
There's one right there.
More.
Up top here. Very low.
Tank.
They're hurt. They're hurt up top, guys. Bad.
More. Go cart, everyone.
They're both hurt.
Very nice.
All right, let's save that for
With
Ram ult.
time. Nano's loaded again.
Payload mobilizing.
Let's just play safe. Don't get picked. Push card a little.
Cart.
That's a wasted ult by him. 100%.
Oh fuck! Almost just died to it though.
Healed up.
Holy shit!
I'm here. Keep fighting. Over here.
Give me that nano.
Tactical visor activated.
You're powered up. Get in there. I am unbreakable.
Nice. Where's the Hanzo?
Next time, say please.
2 ults coming on for us.
Oh, dude, I was laying into him.
Tank definitely has ult.
We got Lucio ult for it though.
Our Kree's flanking. We dive that widow.
Need heals first. Shoot tank behind.
I'm off point. Somebody else has to get it.
Great, we need you here, buddy.
I saw Ana 1, so I went for her, sorry.
I'm sitting.
Use it, Lucio. We're coming.
They're both one shot in there. I couldn't do anything. Sorry.
That's my fault. I saw Ana 1 shot and I went for it. Shouldn't have done that.
Score 2-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defense.
How's your aim experience?
Select your hero.
Aim was tough. I did aim lab for a while. I didn't realize how much of assistance like the fucking controller gives you.
Welcome to PC.
Yeah.
Alright, so they're gonna go Ram again. Widow.
You want Ana or you want me to?
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it don't matter to me, dude. Just play whoever you're comfortable with. That's gonna be the best.
With it. I'm gonna go Laurie.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Yeah, you're triggering this guy with your name.
What did I do? What did I do?
He's so mad about your name.
I don't. What character was he?
Are you reading chat?
I know he's a DPS, but was he the Widow or the Soldier? Because I mean, I duped him a couple times.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Evidence suggests a sniper ahead.
They're coming backside. To your right.
Widow's on car.
I have no heals for you.
Big kill. Loading. I'm playing back a little bit here.
I see you. I have you. Keep fighting.
Tank 1.
I'm on him. Ana went.
Tank.
Soldier.
Can't see
Left side.
you. Soldier, come back. Soldier, come this side. Soldier, I can see if you come over here. Oh, never mind.
Oh, he hit me in the face. That was my bad.
You're good.
Get back, buddy. Get back.
You got legs.
Enough whining. You're fine.
Let's increase our defenses against the payload.
Soldier
push
top
it.
left.
I'm going there.
Damn, I tried to combo with you.
I'm out on a live.
Fuck, sorry, I was reloading.
We're outnumbered. Be careful. No recovery.
I got nano. Just backing up.
Throw me nano up top.
I can't see you.
Can you get
I'm
to
coming
me?
around, come around, come around, come around. Survive, survive! Giving it to Ryan.
Ash is
Fight
anti. Ash is anti. Ah!
I might swap up on here.
Die, die. Diamond group.
You'll have to try.
I should have just stayed up top. We should have pushed with the round. That was my bad.
Yeah, like let me get their attention first, then you get nano visored. That'd be good.
Is imminent.
Echo, try and dive the DPS with me.
I hurt too, man. That hurt left. Ash is hurt.
I've got you in my sights.
Cozier, maybe not Echo into 2 hit scan, yeah?
I'm just gonna hide here until y'all get back.
Let's go Reaper.
Ooh, anti. That's tough. Alright, we're up, we're up.
Tank
We're up,
underneath.
we're up, we're up.
Tank, tank, tank. And Mora. Mora first.
More.
Tank, tank, tank. Use the heal. Use the heal pylon.
Get him, get him, get him.
Nice.
Two minutes, 2 minutes.
This little pallet right here.
A taste of poison.
Can't heal you.
Gotta. They're pushing top.
Oh, I can't get to you, buddy.
I'm coming back.
Hold on, I'm coming. I'm gonna spread out.
Who are we on? Call something. Soldier top, soldier left, soldier left.
Couple. I'm on.
Ash beacons here. Getting healed.
Okay, it's all my heals. I've done the. Paul's right there.
I went a little too early. That damn thing got me.
Call something, call something.
Ash is gonna tee off on our hog. Try to stay on him.
Point. Ram on point. We're a point. 2 on point. 2 healers on point. Ana has nano, she didn't use it though, she died.
Evolution is a pain.
I have a captive son if we can touch.
Nah, just don't die. They're gonna get it.
Yeah. 2 minutes.
Jesus, bro! We're playing the short game, but they're playing long and we're losing it.
Alright, we can reset here. We got time, we got time. We can get a full reset and still win this.
Yep.
Need a moment to recharge. You cannot escape me.
Just chill, just chill.
Positioning healing pylon.
They've definitely got Nano, they got a couple ults.
Misery made manifest.
Yeah, tough.
Receive my aid.
Alright. What do we got here?
I tried.
Oh boy! Not ideal.
Adaptive circuit
I've got you in my sights.
Dealt with cynics before.
Alright, GG's.
Cannot die with those ults though, but good game. Also, thank you fucker for not changing Echo. Look, I'm catching heat here. I didn't even do anything.
Definitely thought it was Echo.
It's
Oh,
literally.
let's play.
I've got you in my sights.
Alright, we can do one more. One more! Gold 1 projected rank.
Vote for your map.
Samoa!
Select your hero. Choose hero bands.
No! Who voted for Anna?
Breaking me down just builds me up. Work together and we'll make it through. I've got a good feeling. This could be our best mission yet.
Good luck, team.
Shields up. Enemy coming. Gotcha. Taking over the objective. Eyes open now.
Oh, they don't have a full team? Ooh.
Hang on, T.
Name's Cassidy.
No! Bar is so low.
In tip-top shape.
Need my aid.
Step right up.
Kinda need somebody to deal with this Bara.
Justice reigns from Come on, let's push him out! Blocking satellite vector!
It's high noon.
If we can get it to 99, it'd be great. Big.
Enemy
Huge.
Here, for you.
I stink! I'm stinky poopy!
Hang on till.
Root. Oh, never mind.
Hyper ring out. I'll find my own path. Let me balance you out.
Test round lost. Score 0-1.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
One more mission, huh? I'm in.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Hey,
If we work together, we can still turn this around.
see if they got one here.
Ooh.
Appreciate it.
The objective is
What the fuck, you?
Soothing your wounds. Be healed. I'm with you.
Oh, boo. I'm dashing.
Kaiki.
Nice, nice.
Soothing your wounds. Let the Kitsune guide you. Kitsune no Kagizune o Takenate. Surrender to my will. The breeze brings relief. Draw strength from nature.
Good, I can climb walls.
They're on the objective. Where's the map?
Climb the freaking wall!
I offer something more.
Score 1-1.
Let's go, team.
Pre-mission checklist complete. Now it's time for the good bit.
It seems your little band is back together. For the moment, at least.
Overwatch is here to stay. And we're coming for you next.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Hey,
Salutations.
Knew he was a hog, man.
like a gentle rain. Let me balance you out.
No, dude. Honey Boo Boo? Not what we like to see.
I licked my wounds. Let's go.
Carry me. Just kidding. Get out if you can, hog, or whatever your name is. Monkey. There's a hog like around me, above me. Here.
My gift to you. Enemy spotted. I'm with you. Under my protection. Enemy here. Got one here. Carried on the wind.
Dude, group up. God damn it. We're just staggering. What are we doing?
Yo, you're the one staggering yourself, by the way.
How are we still alive there for the entire time?
Interesting. I'm here.
We just kept trickling in.
Surrender to my will.
Oh. Okay, what am I doing now? Oh! Over on the O watch. We are gonna do some blender. Yes, yes, hello, little one. Where did I save this project? Probably test. Little kitty cat, what are you looking for, kitty cat? Okay, I would like to... Kitty cat, you're getting held like this. I'll give you some scritchers. Um... What is this? Bamboo Studio? All right, we need to do this.
Another app to manage your team. Let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces.
Now, let's take a look at the 3MF format. So we're going to go to File, we're going to go to Import, select 3MF, and again, we need to look for the file. And I have multiple 3MFs. Again, just go ahead and export one. Don't worry too much about the units right now. But when we export this, let's go ahead and rotate this around. When we do this, you'll notice that there's this sort of weird box around the outside. There's this cube, and I'm going to hide the cube.
Wait.
And have our rim. We also have the brake rotor, and we have the tire, and then we have the letters. I'm going to hit Tab to get off of the edit mode, and then I can select just the tire, for example. You can see that I'm bringing in part of the tire. If I hit Tab again and I select the outside, you'll notice I'm bringing in this outside section. And this is because the final design that I exported had a bumpy rubber appearance applied to just the outside face of the tire. So this is an important thing that we need to understand when we're bringing these designs from Fusion to Blender. If you have these appearances applied to faces rather than the entire body or component, then it becomes a little bit more of a process for us to fix them downstream. For example, if I hide that outside section of the tire, you can see
Kona
into Blender to create a lattice substructure. Well, there are a lot of different workflows where you might want to go from Fusion 360 to Blender. For example, if you want to do some physics simulation, or if you want to talk about creating rendered images. Today we're going to take a look at two different file formats for exporting from Fusion 360 into Blender. Hey everyone, this is Matt with Learn Everything About Design, and today I want to expand on a topic I touched on in previous series where we looked at taking design from Fusion 360 into Blender to create a lattice substructure. Well, there are a lot of different workflows where you might want to go from Fusion 360 to Blender. For example, if you want to do some physics simulation, or if you want to talk about creating rendered images. Fusion 360 does have rendering, but there are, of course, limitations. And Blender has more rendering tools for things like motion or things like deformation, or again, the physical simulation. So what we want to talk about is a design that is a little bit complicated to do in Blender, something like a car rim. There are complications that happen in Blender, and oftentimes it's just easier for you to create it in another system like Fusion 360. So we're going to take this design, which you can download by going into the description of this video, and then we're going to talk about OBJ format and 3MF format and the differences between getting those into Blender. So the first thing that I want to do is talk about exporting this design. To get the design out of Fusion 360, we're going to go to the File dropdown, and we're going to take a look at Export. I do want to note that there is a third format, an STL, which you can get to from 3D Print or exporting as an STL, and
All right, so it looks like I'm using Fusion 360. Oh shit. I need 30 days.
Top are our tabs.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Tabs, the main two of which are called Solid and Sketch, and under each tab is a series of tools associated with the tab.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Welcome to this beginner-friendly tutorial for Autodesk Fusion, or as it was previously called, Fusion 360. In this video, we will go step by step and model a base plate, a bracket, some threaded hex key fasteners, and with them we will create an assembly, as we can see here. Overall, this video will guide you through the user interface, sketch tools, 3D modeling tools, how to create 3D assemblies, and we'll also take a look at materials and customization. So, let's get started. When we open Fusion, straight away we are presented with the modeling environment. In the very center, we have the 3D environment. This is where we'll be sketching, 3D modeling, and creating assemblies. It is the main focus of modeling in Fusion. At the bottom, we have a panel of display tools and viewing tools, such as pan, orbit, zoom, etc., and we'll be covering each one of these and their shortcuts later. On the left, we have the browser. This organizes all of our design elements, such as parts, document settings, and also the default axis and default planes. At the top are our tabs, the main two of which are called Solid and Sketch, and under each tab is a series of tools associated with the tab title. On the right-hand side in the corner, we have the view cube. This is used to help orbit and orientate parts or assemblies for better viewing angles, and we'll be using that a lot throughout this tutorial. First of all, let's start by creating a new project. I would always recommend creating a new project, as it will keep each related part together alongside any related assemblies and drawing files for quick and easy access. So let's go to the top left and let's select Save. And let's call this first part Base Plate. And then when we come down to Location, let's select the drop down here, and then we'll see a list of projects. So if you haven't used Fusion before, you'll most likely just have the admin and the default projects available. That's absolutely fine. But in this case, let's go under New Project, and then let's call this, let's go for Fusion Tutorial. And then if we click save, we'll now see that a Fusion tutorial project has been created. Let's click save again. And now this part and any future parts that we make will save into the same project so we can access them all together. Now we have created our project. Let's start by creating the base plate. So to do this, we need to create a 2-dimensional sketch to which we will then turn into a 3D model. As we can see on the screen now, these are the dimensions of the base plate. So let's go ahead and model this part. I will be modeling this part in millimeters, but if you want to change, you can come up to the document settings and then just click next to the units to change. You've got the option there to change to imperial if you want, so if you want to jump into inches. But for me, I typically draw in metric, so I'm going to stay in millimeters. Some people find that the grid in the background can be a bit distracting. If that's the case for you, feel free to turn it off. So if we come down to the tools at the bottom, we hit grid and snaps, we can turn off the layout grid like so. I'm going to leave that on as the default though. Also, if you want to change the color of the environment, we can come down to display settings, then we select environment. If you want to go, for example, a gray background, you can change like so. Or for example, a blue background. But for me, I'll stay with the default as photo booth, have a white background. So let's begin modeling this part then. Let's come up to the top where our tabs are. Make sure we're under solid. We want to come under the creation tools. Then we want to hit the very first one, which is create sketch. And then we are presented with 3 planes. So this one here is the ZY plane. This one here is the XZ. And this one here is the XY.
Okay, my view is not your view. This. No. Changing my shit. There we go.
We need to select one of these planes to do our 2-dimensional sketch on. The more that you use Fusion, you'll have a better understanding of which plane to draw on. But I would always recommend choosing the plane which orientates best your part. So in this case, we're drawing a base plate. So the best plane to draw this one on is the XY plane. So I'm going to left click once on this plane. And now we're looking at it perpendicularly. We're ready to do a 2-dimensional sketch on this plane.
Okay, I already fucked up. I think we're just gonna start over. Oh boy. File. New design. Create sketch.
So let's start with the footprint of this base plate. So if we come up to the top under the tabs, you'll see there's a new tab here, which is sketch. We have all our sketch tools, creation, modify, constraints, and so forth. Let's come under the creation tools, and let's select the 2-point rectangle. We'll left click here once, and we're going to start at the origin. So the origin is 0, 0, 0 on the X, Y, and Z planes. So let's left click once here, and it should snap into place. Left click once, and as we draw the mouse out, we'll see a rectangle begin to form. We'll also see that the horizontal dimension is highlighted. Okay, so if we enter a dimension on the keyboard, it will become that. So as per the model, let's go for 90 millimeters. And then on the X, Y, and Z planes. So let's left click once here, and it should snap into place. Left click once, and as we draw the mouse out, we'll see a rectangle begin to form. We'll also see that the horizontal dimension is highlighted. Okay, so if we enter a dimension on the keyboard, it will become that. So as per the model, let's go for 90 millimeters. And then we're going to hit tab on the keyboard, and that will bring us to the vertical dimension. And this is also 90 millimeters. Enter that. Welcome to this beginner-friendly tutorial.
You motherfucker!
Or as it was previously called, Fusion 360. Choose
Monday.com's AI blocks are a total game changer.
Excuse me if I find that hard to believe.
You know that llamas are biologically
choosing the plane which orientates best your part. So in this case, we're drawing a base plate. So as per the model, let's go for 90 millimeters. And then we're going to hit tab on the keyboard, and that will bring us to the vertical dimension. And this is also 90 millimeters. Enter that. Press enter on the keyboard. Then you can see we've got our square there. If you want to pan around, what we can do is to select the pan tool down here. Then we can left click and move around. An alternative to that is to hold down the middle mouse button, and then we can pan like so. So that's a shortcut. If you want to zoom in and out, we can use the mouse wheel. Zoom. Press enter on the keyboard. Then you can see we've got our square there. If you want to pan around, what we can do is to select the pan tool down here. Then we can left click and move around. An alternative to that is to hold down the middle mouse button, and then we can pan like so. So that's a shortcut. If you want to zoom in and out, we can use the mouse wheel. Zoom in, zoom out. Now let's go ahead and add in this chamfer. So we've got a 45-degree chamfer at 20 mil. So to do this, let's come into the sketch tab again. And in this case, we're going to select the line tool. And I'm going to put the chamfer on this corner here. So to do this, I'm just going to left click on the vertical at any position. It doesn't matter for now. And then left click also any position on the horizontal. And then we'll want to apply a dimension between this endpoint and the origin at 20 mil, and likewise for this endpoint. So let's come up to Sketch Dimension, or shortcut D on the keyboard, select the endpoint of our line, select the origin, and left click once. I'm going to enter 20 mil on the keyboard, press enter. I'm going to do the exact same process for the endpoint of this line here. Now if we notice this line is blue in color, that means it's not fully constrained. So we need to add this further.
Yo, you are. I guess my speed should not be 1.5.
At any position, it doesn't matter, 20 mil. So to do this, let's come under the Sketch tab again, and in this case, we're going to select the Line tool. And I'm going to put the chamfer on this corner here. So to do this, I'm just going to left click on the vertical at any position, it doesn't matter for now, and then left click also any position on the horizontal. And then we'll want to apply a dimension between this endpoint and the origin at 20 mil, and likewise for this endpoint. So let's come up to Sketch Dimension, or shortcut D on the keyboard, select the endpoint of our line, select the origin, and left click once. I'm going to enter 20 mil on the keyboard, press enter. I'm going to do the exact same process for the endpoint of this line here. Now if we notice this line is blue in color, that means it's not fully constrained. So we need to add this further dimension, select the origin, enter 20 mil, press enter, and now we'll see that it's black color. So it's fully constrained, it's not moving anywhere, it hasn't got the option to move. And we've also got this through hole feature, which is roughly in the center of this square. Let's go ahead and select the circle tool. I'm going to input this circle anywhere for the time being. The diameter is 35 millimeters. Press enter. I'm going to use the dimension tool again to dimension this accordingly. So we'll see that it's blue in color now. We want that to be black, so it's not going to move anywhere. Left click once on the circle. Let's go to the vertical. This dimension is 40 mil. Left click once on the circle to the horizontal. Left click and then 40 mil. Enter. Now I'll see the circle is black in color. It's positioned where we want it to be. And we've also got some fillets around this corner.
What is this?
Here, this corner, and this corner. Let's come up to the Modify tools, and we'll select Fillet. And then we'll select this vertical line.
What the heck? Where's fillet? Fillet?
Around this corner here, this corner, and this corner. Let's come up to the Modify tools, and we'll select Fillet. And then we'll select this vertical line and this horizontal line, and you'll see a preview appear there. We've got an option to enter in the size of this fillet, which in this case is 10 millimeters. Press enter. We'll do the same for this corner here. So left click the vertical, left click the horizontal and the vertical, 10 on the keyboard. Same process, this corner here, horizontal, vertical, 10 on the keyboard, enter. And now I see that all of the entities here are black in color. Everything is fully constrained, and we're ready to finish the sketch there. So to do this, let's come up to the top right and select Finish Sketch. Okay, everything's looking good. Let's go ahead and 3D model this profile here. So let's come up to the top where our tabs are. Let's come under Solid, and we're going to select this tool here, which is Extrude, or a shortcut E on the keyboard. Let's click that, and we've got a toolbox pop up. Now, first of all, we need to define what profile we want to extrude. There are 3 profiles here. There's this one.
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix was
One inside the circle, and then this one that's encompassed by the chamfer.
I want this
one.
one.
We want is obviously this one here, so we'll select that. Everything else we'll leave as default, so the extrusion will start from the profile plane. The direction is just going in one direction. The extend type is a distance, and we're going to state that distance here. Now, as per the drawing, that's 10 millimeters. Enter 10. We don't want that to be tapered, and the operation, we do want it to be a new body. So let's click OK. Now let's come up to the view cube and let's click on the home view. Now we can see the 3D model of that part. What we can do, come down here, we can select orbit, and then if we left click, we can orbit around the part like so. Or a shortcut on your keyboard would be to hold down shift and then the middle mouse button, and then we can orbit like so. It's quite a useful shortcut. Another way in which we can orbit is to use the view cube. So if we left click anywhere and hold down on the view cube, move the mouse around, we can orbit the part like so. We can also look at specific faces. So for example, if I left click the front face, we're looking at it from the front view. I can then use these 4 arrows to rotate the part. Let's rotate it by 90. We can see the left view. Also click on the corner here. We can have a look at it from like an ISO view. We can also reposition what we refer to as the home. So to do this, we can right click. We can select the current view as home, fit to view. And if I just move that to a random angle, and then we select the home view, you'll see the home view has changed to what we set it as. So that is the base plate part complete. Let's just finish this off by giving it a color. Let's come up to modify. Let's click on the drop down. If we come down, we'll just assign an appearance. Now you can apply a material as well, but for the purposes of this tutorial, we'll just go ahead and let's go for it.
Forgot what you were saying. What did you do?
Complete. Let's just finish this off by giving it a color. Let's come up to modify. Let's click on the drop down. If we come down, we'll just assign an appearance. Now you can apply a material as well, but for the purposes of this tutorial, we'll just go ahead and let's go.
There we go.
Go for a red color. I'm just going to go for a paint enamel gloss red. So I'm going to hold down left mouse button and drag that appearance across and let go onto the part. I'm going to close my appearances. There we have our base plate. To the hold down left mouse button and drag that appearance across and let go onto the part. I'm going to close my appearances. There we have our base plate. Okay, so the base plate is looking good. Now let's go ahead and model the bracket. So to do this, let's come up to the top. Let's come under the file and we'll click new design, and then we're going to go straight away and save that. I want to call that bracket. We want to make sure that its location is under our project, so Fusion Tutorial. That's good. Let's click save. Now let's start to model this part. So we're going to do this in stages, and first of all we're going to start with the footprint. So again, let's go ahead up to solid. Let's create a 2D sketch, and let's select the XY plane. And then we're going to start with the rectangle tool. So 2-point rectangle. Again, we'll start at the origin. We'll bring that out. And the horizontal dimension, we'll add in 80. We're going to hit tab on the keyboard, add in 80.
Sorry, brother. I was...
So 2-point rectangle. Again, we'll start at the origin. We'll bring that out. And the horizontal dimension, we'll add in 80. We're going to hit tab on the keyboard, add in 80 on the vertical. Let's enter. That's looking good. Let's get that chamfer in. So let's go to the line. Line tool, roughly position that in. Now I'm going to select the dimension tool. Endpoint of the line to the origin, 20, yes. Other endpoint. point of the line to origin, then 20, press enter. That's good. Let's go ahead and add this hole. So the center point circle, put that anywhere for the time being, and that has a diameter of 30 millimeters. And we'll sketch dimension that. So circle to vertical, going to be 40. Then circle to the lower horizontal, it's going to be 40 as well. And then from here we can finish the sketch and we're ready to extrude this. So again, we'll come up to solid, select extrude, make sure that we select this profile here, not this.
You want to extrude?
And then from here we can finish the sketch and we're ready to extrude this. So again, we'll come up to solid, select extrude, make sure that we select this profile here, not this one or this one. So left click once. Then for the distance here, we've got a distance of 10 millimeters. Leave everything else as the default. Yeah, new body is correct. Press OK. Take a look at that, looking nice. Now the next feature we'll add is the sidewalls. So that's the wall going along here and then down here. So to do this, we want to sketch on this face here. So we'll create a sketch, and then we've got the 3 default planes there, which we don't want to select. But we can select faces of our 3D body. So let's go ahead and select this face here. We'll look perpendicularly at that. Then let's go ahead and use the 2-point rectangle tool. We'll draw in the wall at the back here. So we'll start in the corner. I'm just going to snap anywhere onto the vertical line there. Then we can go ahead and dimension that. So our dimension between this line here and this one, and it's got a wall thickness of 10 millimeters. It's 10, okay. Let's do exactly the same then for the other wall. So this corner here, bring that up anywhere for the time being. Let's dimension this line to this line. Again, wall thickness 10 millimeters. Press enter. Looking good. Now we do have a fillet here and also on the outside as well.
At Full Sail, we take a unique approach.
Crazy. This is like the 5th ad?
Students work on projects designed around the industry.
But just to show you another way of adding fillets, we can do them in 3D mode. So I'm going to leave this 2D sketch as it is. I'm going to go ahead, come up to finish sketch first of all, and then solid extrude. I want to select 3 profiles, 1, 2, 3, and I want these extruded a distance of 40 millimeters as per the drawing. Okay, now you see here under operation, we've now got the option to join to the existing body, which is what we want to do in this case. So let's stick with join. Okay, now this is still one body here. Okay, so these 2 walls are then joined to our original body. I'm going to hold down shift, middle mouse button, just rotate around. Let's go ahead and add in this fillet on this edge here then. So to do this, let's come under the solid tools. We'll come under modify. We'll select fillet. We'll select and add in this fillet on this edge here then. So to do this, let's come under the solid tools. We'll come under modify. We'll select fillet. We'll select this corner here. And then our toolbox pops up. So we've selected one edge. Need to select the fillet radius, which in this case is 5 millimeters. Okay, leave everything else as the default. So constant radius. All looking good. Press OK. And we've got that fillet appear there. That's looking nice. We've also got the fillet on the exterior here. So let's choose the fillet tool again. We'll select this edge here. And this dimension is 15 millimeters as per the drawing. Press OK. It's looking nice. And we've got that uniform thickness running along the back wall. We've just got 2 meters as per the drawing. Press OK. It's looking nice, and we've got that uniform thickness running along the back wall. We've just got 2 features to add here. One is the hole on this wall and the other on this wall here. So to do this, we want to sketch on this wall. Let's create a sketch. We'll select this face here. Okay, looking perpendicularly. Let's select the center diameter circle. Again, I'll just draw that in anywhere for the time being. That's got a diameter of 15 mil. Press enter. A sketch dimension circle to the vertical, that is 35, and then circle to this face here is 20 mil. Okay, the circle's in black, fully constrained, looking good. Let's go ahead and finish that sketch. Now we need to extrude cut. So we need to remove the material. So again, we'll select the extrude tool. Under here, we'll select our profile, which in this case is this profile here.
How far was it?
20 mil.
20.
Okay.
Can I edit this?
The circle's in black, fully constrained, looking good. Let's go ahead and finish that sketch. Now we need to extrude cut. So we need to remove the material. So again, we'll select the extrude tool. Under here, we'll select our profile, which in this case is this profile here. Then in the distance, we see the arrow here. So we can hold down the left mouse button and we can pull that out to extrude and add material, or in the other direction, we can remove material. Okay, so I'm going to put in a distance there. Going to be accurate. Put in a distance of minus 10 millimeters. Just rotate around. That's looking good. And the operation you'll see here has automatically selected cut. So we're removing material. It's okay. It's looking nice. Let's do exactly the same process for this face here. So create sketch, select the face, circle, diameter 15 mil, sketch from the horizontal 20, sketch on the vertical 35, finish sketch, solid, extrude. We'll select that profile there. I'm going to actually just show you how to do this. So if we just go under operation and click cut, okay, and then we go 10 mil, let's make sure we reverse that arrow. Oops, put in that 10 mil again, minus 10, press OK. And then we have our two hole features. That's looking good. That's all the features of this bracket. Looking nice. Okay. Let's finish that up by adding an appearance. Let's go to modify appearance. I'm just going to go for, let's go for green. Let's go for the powder coat rough green. Okay, looking nice. And I'm just going to close that. Back to the home view. Okay, and there we go. That's looking nice. That is the bracket done.
Collaborating externally?
Okay, let's move on to the fastener then. Let's come up to new, select a new design. Let's first of all go on create sketch. Okay, now in this case, I'm going to select the ZX plane. And this is purely because this will best orientate the part ready for our assembly. I'm going to select that plane and you'll see what I mean when we come to the assembly file. Let's come up to our creation tools. So we're under the sketch tab. Let's go on the center. I'm going to select the ZX plane. And this is purely because this will best orientate the part ready for our assembly. I'm going to select that plane and you'll see what I mean when we come to the assembly file. Let's come up to our creation tools. So we're under the sketch tab. Let's go on the center diameter circle, start at the origin. Just drag that out. We'll apply a diameter there of 15 millimeters. Let's go ahead and extrude that. We'll come under solid, come under extrude. Make sure that profile is selected. Okay, I'm going to put in a distance there. In our toolbox, we'll leave everything as the default, but for the distance, let's add in 30. And now we need to add the head of the bolt. So we've got the shank already. Let's come under create sketch. In this case, I'm going to choose this face here of the shank. Let's go under the center diameter circle tool again, start at the origin and bring that out to a diameter 25 mil. Let's come up to solid. Let's extrude that profile there. Now notice we have two profiles at the origin and bring that out to a diameter 25 mil. Let's come up to solid. Let's extrude that profile there. Now notice we have two profiles. So the one which we've created there, and there's also an auto-generated one coming from the shank. So we want to select both of those. We want to extrude those by a distance of 5 mil. Looking nice. Let's go ahead and add in a chamfer then to this edge here, and also this one. Come up to modify, select chamfer. Then I'm going to select this edge here and this one. And our toolbox for the chamfer pops up. So we've got the two edges identified there. Want these to be equal distance. Okay, so in this case, we only need to put in one dimension, which is 2 millimeters. You'll see both of these are now 2. Leave everything else as default. It's okay. There we've got that nice chamfer on the head there, just at the base of the shank. Let's now put in the thread on the shank. So come under create, then come down to thread. And following our toolbox, we need to select the face to apply the thread.
Whoa, chill out, brother.
Now 2. Leave everything else as default. It's okay.
Yo, mate. Thanks for hanging, bro. Don't apologize for lurking. Absolutely. Helps out a ton. And best of luck on your stream. I'll try to pop in later too. I'm gonna be wrapping up here in an hour. And then I gotta go do some stuff, but I'll be around. Thanks for chilling.
There we've got that nice chamfer on the head there, just at the base of the shank. Let's now put in the thread on the shank. So come under create, then come down to thread. And following our toolbox, we need to select the face to apply the thread to. In this case, we'll select the shank. Now the thread type is automatically an isometric profile, but feel free to adjust according to your needs. I'm going to stay under the default there. Under size, so it'll automatically recognize the diameter of the shank. So in this case, the designation is M15 by a nominal pitch thread of 1.5. Class and direction, leave as the same. If you're doing a left-hand thread, feel free to change.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Press OK. And now we need to do one more feature, which is the keyway on this face here. Let's go under create sketch. We'll select the face. And we'll come under our creation sketch tools. We'll select the polygon. In this case, going to use the circumscribed polygon. Select that. We'll start the origin. And as you see, as we drag this out, we're then going to add in a dimension from the origin to the flat. So flat to flat is 10 mil. So origin to the flat will be 5 mil. It's okay. Looking good. We just need to remove some material there. So let's come under solid, go and extrude. Make sure that we select the right profile. So we want this one here. And let's just make sure that's in the right direction. Okay, so it's a negative dimension. So in this case, it will be -5. Leave everything else as default. Operation set to cut. Press OK. We've got our keyway. And there we have our fastener. And we're now ready to form our assembly. Let's go ahead and save that part then. And we'll call this fastener. We'll make sure that the location is under our project folder, Fusion Tutorial. Click Save. And now we're ready to move on to our assembly. Now let's go ahead and make this assembly, and this is where things get interesting. So let's come up to the top, we'll go to File, we'll go on another New Design, and immediately let's save that. And we'll call this, let's go for assembly file. And then make sure the location is the project we created. So Fusion Tutorial, click Save. And now we're going to come back up to the top left, and we're going to select Show Data panel. And within this, we'll see every part that we've created under our Fusion Tutorial project. And if you want to see any other projects that you're working on, just select Home, and you'll have them all listed here. The one we're focusing on today is Fusion Tutorial. I'll double left click that one. And now you'll see we've got our assembly file, base plate, bracket, and fasteners. Let's go ahead and add in the base plate then. There are two ways to do this. Number one is to right click and select Insert into Current Design. Well, the method I like to do is just to hold down the left mouse button and drag that anywhere into the environment. The part will appear. We've got our toolbox pop up. We've got some options to orientate the part. So we can use these wheels to rotate the part. We can use these arrows to move them in linear directions. We've also got the center point of this part, in which we can just drag anywhere we want. So I'm just going to press Ctrl Z and put that on 0 on the X, Y, and Z, and also all the angles 0 as well. I'm quite happy with that being the position. I'm also going to rotate the center point of this part, in which we can just drag anywhere we want. So I'm just going to press Ctrl Z and put that on 0 on the X, Y, and Z, and also all the angles 0 as well. I'm quite happy with that being the position. I'm also going to rotate the view cube, have a look at the part from the corner, zoom out a little bit. Now let's go ahead and add in the bracket, so that will sit on top of our base plate. I'm going to hold down the left mouse button, drag that into the environment. That's not exactly where we want it, as it's conflicting with the base plate. So we want to move that in a linear direction up. So we can move that up on the Z-axis by 10 mil, and that's where we want it to be. However, I do want to show you how to use the joint command. So for this, I'm just going to raise it slightly higher and offset that. And we use the joint command to constrain and make these a rigid mate. So I'm going to leave that as 40 mil. That's okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and add in 2 fasteners. So let's throw in one. I'm going to roughly position this. So I hold down its center point, bring that over here. I'm going to use this wheel to rotate that by 180 degrees. I just offset that slightly as well. I want to form a joint between this hole and this fastener. Press OK. Let's draw in another fastener. Drag that over. Okay, use the center point. Roughly position that. Rotate that by 90. And I'm just going to move that in this direction, and we'll form that joint later. Press OK. Now this base plate here is fixed. It was the first part we put in. The bracket we can move. It's free to roam. It's not constrained to anything. And the same for the 2 fasteners as well. So now we need to go ahead and add in joints. So to do this, let's come under Assemble.
How did you move that again?
This base plate here is fixed. It was the first part we put in. The bracket we can move. It's free to roam. It's not constrained to anything. And the same for the 2 fasteners as well. So now we need to go ahead and add in joints. So to do this, let's come under Assemble. We can select Joint, okay, or the shortcut.
No, bro. Oh, you just moved it. Okay.
J on the keyboard. It's very straightforward to use. We've got the option to determine positions and motion. So motion So to do this, let's come under Assemble. We can select Joint, okay, or the shortcut J on the keyboard. It's very straightforward to use. We've got the option to determine positions and motion. So motion is very typical to go with rigid unless you're doing moving parts. So feel free to have a play around with those. But for this particular assembly, we only want to have rigid joints. And under position, we need to snap 2 points together. Okay, so in this case, let's focus on the got the option to determine positions and motion. So motion is very typical to go with rigid unless you're doing moving parts. So feel free to have a play around with those. But for this particular assembly, we only want to have rigid joints. And under position, we need to snap 2 points together. Okay, so in this case, let's focus on the bracket and the base plate. So for the base plate, I want to select this point here. And I want to make sure that it's referenced from this face. Okay, not from this face. So for example, this is what we don't want to choose, and this is what we do want to choose. So let's left click once there, and just rotate the model, and then we're going to choose the corresponding joint point for the bracket. So again, from this face here, I want to choose this point.
Customer expectations are growing. Marketing and service teams, not so much. How do you retain customers and boost sales with fewer hands? With Klaviyo, the only CRM built.
Left click once, you'll see we've got that mate there. It's not exactly the orientation that we want. So in this case, I'm going to use the wheel just to position that by, in this case, minus 45 degrees. I'm going to press OK. And now we cannot move this bracket. It's now got that rigid joint to the base plate, and the base plate is fixed in place. So that's looking good. Now let's do these 2 fasteners. So still, these are both roaming around free. Let's go and assemble and joint. And in this case, I want to make a joint between the center point of this circle, as we see is highlighted there. I'll just select that circle, rotate around, and I come over to this circle here, and we can see its center point being identified there. So we select that circle. That is the mate that we want to have. That's looking good. Let's press OK. And again, that's a rigid mate. So again, I cannot move that fastener, cannot move the bracket, cannot move the base plate. The only thing that's still in motion is this last fastener here. Let's add a joint to that then. And do the exact same process. Set the center point of this circle here. And I want to select the center point of this circle here. That's looking nice. So that's a rigid motion and position. That's all good. Press OK. And there we have our complete assembly. Now in the next section, I want to cover on how we can edit assemblies and parts as well. So stay tuned for that. Let's now take a quick look at how we can edit assemblies or parts. So as an example, let's say that we wanted to increase the diameter of this hole by 5 millimeters. That hole is a feature as a part of this bracket, so we need to go into the bracket to edit it. So in our project folder, okay, we right click on the bracket, select open. And once that's opened, there are 2 ways to do this, but I would recommend coming down to the bottom here where we've got the timeline. Okay, and what you can do is move the arrowhead kind of back in time. Then we can, as I say, yeah, go back in time and see where we were at that point. So each symbol here represents something. This symbol here is a sketch. This is an extrusion. And then we can see we've got the fillets there. Also got another extrusion. And the last extrusion was the hole that we cut there. This hole here was a feature as a part of the very first sketch that we did, which is this one here. We can actually turn that sketch on under the browser where we have our sketches. Okay, it's sketch 1. We can actually see that sketch there. So if we come down to the sketch at the bottom, right click on it, and if we edit that sketch, we can then make any changes here. Let's boost this up to 35 mil, press enter. Okay, finish that sketch. And we can see visually the size of that hole has increased. Let's also go to measure that. So if we come up to the top, inspect, measure. So the shortcut there is I on the keyboard, which is this one here. We can actually turn that sketch on under the browser where we have our sketches. Okay, it's sketch 1. We can actually see that sketch there. So if we come down to the sketch at the bottom, right click on it, and if we edit that sketch, we can then make any changes here. Let's boost this up to 35 mil, press enter. Okay, finish that sketch. At the bottom, right click on it, and if we edit that sketch, we can then make any changes here.
Oh, you just click on the number? Are you serious?
Let's boost this up to 35 mil, press enter. Okay, finish that sketch. And we can see visually the size of that hole has increased. Let's also go to measure that. So if we come up to the top, inspect, measure. So the shortcut there is I on the keyboard. Here we need to select some geometry. We'll select this face here. And then under our toolbox, we can see the diameter is increased to 35 mil, which is correct. We just need to make sure from here that we save the file. We'll select this face here, and then under our toolbox we can see the diameter is increased to 35 mil, which is correct. We just need to make sure from here that we save the file. Okay, so I'll just click yes, okay, save. And then if we come back into our assembly, so right click OK, we'll then see that in the browser we have these exclamation marks and also at the top here. Now this indicates that there has been an update and we need to activate that update to be reflected in our assembly. So to do that, we come up to the top and we need to update that child component, which in this case is the bracket. And then we can see visually there that our hole has increased. And again, I'm just going to double check that. Click that geometry, and again, diameter 35 mil. And it's the same diameter now as the 35 mil, which was what we did for the base plate. A few edits that we can do in assemblies. So we see here, we've got these symbols here. They indicate rigid joints. If we come over to our browser, we hit the drop down next to joints, we can actually turn the visibility of these off. So now we can no longer see those indications that there are joints there. We can turn them back on by selecting the eyes here. And if we want to edit them, if we come over to our browser, we hit the drop down next to joints, we can actually turn the visibility of these off. So now we can no longer see those indications that there are joints there. We can turn them back on by selecting the eyes here. And if we want to edit them, we can right click and then go to edit. You can see we're then referring to this joint here, and we can make any coordinates that we like. And one more example I'll show you. Let's say that we wanted to increase the height of these walls here. So we need to go back into the bracket, right click, OK. Come down to our timeline and identify that feature. So if we jump back in time, we'll see it's this feature here. Right click, select edit the feature. And we can change that dimension. So from 40, let's boost that up to 60, press OK. Then we're going to move our arrowhead back and identify that feature. So if we jump back in time, we'll see it's this feature here. Right click, select edit the feature. And we can change that dimension. So from 40, let's boost that up to 60, press OK. Then we're going to move our arrowhead back to the end. Again, let's save that. Press OK. Let's right click on our assembly file, click open, and then again we're going to hit the update child component. So it's just going to follow along that update from the bracket, reflect that in the assembly. And there we see now the walls have increased by 20 mil in height, and also the according joints.
That's crazy
as well. And so that is an overview of Fusion, or Fusion 360 as it was previously called. I hope you enjoyed that. It was of
Cool. Here we go. Oh shit. Fuck you! Do, 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 do. Got you. Did I die or something? I thought there were phantoms kind of. Ooh, Naboo. Alright, there's no phantoms. Get out my face now. Get out my face. Oh. Dude. Oh, come on. Skoden, Skoden. I didn't plant any trees, did I? One lonely. Gotta be a little bit more intentional with those. Okay, that should be good. That sounds good. Hardware, let's go, baby. another iron. Hey, quit hitting me. Oh, fuck. Close down. Burp. What did I drop? Bruh. Good thing I put all this stuff in there already. Ooh, I don't have glowberries. These glowberries taste like glowberries. Perfect execution. So scary. Hey. Emoji grin, OQ Stream Hub World. Yeah. Oh, we might have 12 here. Damn it! Oh man. What the fuck? You motherfucker. We got a motherfucking bed. Huge! Huge! All right, we'll take all the bone, take the wheat, take the wheat. That was only 10 bread? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of nutso. Probably can wrap it up soon too. They're probably going to wrap it up soon too. Okay, what am I doing? Trying to close up the shop up here. What the fuck? Bro, like all my shit. Give me a carrot.
Yeah.